Ugh, what is wrong with my hair? Ugh. Rosie, let's go. We're not actually doing gope today. It was just a pun. Just a little meme. Who up going they ope? Who up they ope? Oh, there's an ad about to play. Let me wait till the ad's done. Why does it always play an ad like 5 minutes in? It's dumb as hell. Well, can't it just wait a fucking half hour? Or play one as soon as I go live? Jesus. What's a Picos? Good question. We are going to be asking all of the questions at the start of the stream. It is time to... Basically, we need to lock some stuff in. We're going to lock it in, Eddie. Bada, how's it going? I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in, lock on. I'm gonna wax on. I'm gonna wax on, wax in. Wax on, wax in. That's correct, right? Oops, got any letters? Yeah. All right. Hello. How's everyone doing? I'd love to hear about your day. How's everyone doing? I'm so glad to see you. All right, let's actually get started. Sorry, I'm just trying to get comfortable. You know how it is when you just cannot get comfortable. Do I read YouTube chat? No, I don't. I do not read the YouTube chat. No, I do. Of course I do. I'm not a monster. Also, Rosie, hello. Raoul. Hello. Hexic. Hello. Bada. Hello. Christopher. Hello. Ming Cheng Tan. Hello. Christopher again. Spinny Hat. Hello? Hexic again? Soup? Soup? What's soup? What up? Not much, not much. So, Rosie, your question at the very start. About how you structured your game. What's your method of storing variables, like how far open a door is, persistently? Do you have a separate door entity class with some extra variable, or do you use some other method? I would... Personally, the door would be an entity. This is kind of what we're about to kind of dive into at the start of the stream. We're going to do a huge diagram. A door is an entity. So entity is the base class, like the base class, like the very based class, which essentially just is an object that describes a thing in the world, whether it's virtualized or real. You might not have to deal with that in your game. But then the door openness would probably be a property. Would be a property of the door. And then once the serialization shit is all sorted out, like automated object storage, blah, 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 that openness property would just get saved. Or when I, unloaded it and then loaded it back in, that openness property would, well, its update function, or it would have an update function, or like a force update or a reload function, which would then move the door to the place it's supposed to be. So a door subclass with an openness variable, or by property you mean a different? So when I say property, at least in my project, I'm talking about the, what do I call it? Sim PMS? Prismatica, no, I don't think it actually has a name. The Prismatica Simulation Property System. PSPS. Piss. It's called Piss. It's official. But it's essentially like, for any... It's basically a way to do modular variables. Or like modular smart variables. Kind of like in gas, how you'd have an attribute. It's essentially a... like one object per variable thing. And you can just composite them however you want. And it's usually the property's job to, like, alter the state of the thing. So, like, if a character's shirt gets dirty, it's the job of the shirt items, dirtiness property, to update the material thingo. Say at $1,000, an extra 1,000 openness objects. Does stuff like that stack up poorly? Possibly. Possibly if they were all loaded at once. Like, truly loaded. Let me... But I don't think because UObject is like the parent class of everything. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how expensive an object is in terms of like memory. Memory would be the only factor to consider. So it's kind of like, it's like, what is the cost of adding a new variable and whatever? Object is as heavy as the properties it's storing. Yeah, exactly. So if your object is just made up of a float variable and, you know, some other stuff, even if it's got a million functions on it, because the functions would be like, it's not like all of the functions get duplicated per object instance, you know? So like if I've got like a million different functions on this object or object class, all of the instances of that object, they're not like, they don't hold duplicates of the functions, you know? They can use the functions, but they kind of like funnel it through the class itself. Do you know what I mean? Like they use their variables, but the actual function isn't like duplicated and shit. So it's just about the it's just about how much unique data the objects have. Zero property management is basically the same as the other teams. I was just looking over the cost of U object with a float variable and was about 72 bytes, which is tiny, but my concern would have a million objects in the game world. If each object just had one float property object each, that would add to 500 megabytes. Yeah. So, at that point, you'd be looking at like streaming, you know, like saving some things to disk and then loading them back up when relevant. In my case, I'll be looking into... It'll basically be a chunk system, but there'll be like a loaded... Not like loaded, but like a loaded, as in stored in memory, footprint around the player. And maybe some other areas will be, like, always loaded. But then periodically load from disk other areas, simulate them to catch them up, unload them, move on to the next area, load it in, simulate it to catch up to current time, unload it, and do that kind of thing. So that there isn't, like, billions of objects always in memory. So they have some way of loading in values only when needed. Yeah, well, it's kind of like, you know, do you need all 1,000 doors loaded at once? Maybe you do. Maybe if you're simulating all of your characters, you might need to know, is this door open or closed, or is it locked, or has someone broken it down, or that kind of thing. Yeah, definitely. Also, Simon, hello. Just came to say thanks, keep up the good work. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Christopher, how would one go about adding dynamic animation to a highly repeated object like wind blowing through trees? Just add them as rig meshes, or is there a better way? So for something like trees, you would definitely want to look at using just shaders. So just material effects. So you could... I've got a video about an old global wind system that I used, or that I made, that would, you know, make trees rock back and forth and the leaves jiggle in the wind, and they'd all be offset using the world position as like a seed to then randomize the speed and the offset in time that they that they're blowing, like that they're kind of swaying. So that should at least get you started and open up the third eye into materials for like foliage. Because for something like foliage where you've got like so much of it, the last thing you want to do is to give all of them a state, like or simulate physics, you know. Because if you had them rigged and they were simulating physics, you would very quickly blow up your computer. But as a little example, all of this grass is animated just using shaders. But they're reading from a texture that's doing like a little fluid simulation. But it's all like completely stateless because they're always reading from that texture. And, you know, same with these crops. So they're not actually simulated whatsoever. It's just the... you can see it here. This is what they're reading from, this texture. And it's just saying, oh yeah, you should bend out of the way, or if there's velocity, you should jiggle around. And that jiggling is just done in the material. So the collision of these never changes. But usually collision for foliage is very, like, coarse, you know? Like, you give it extra room because there's, like, little leaves and all that kind of stuff. So back in the day, any bush in a video game that had movement needed to be rigged and boned up to move. Yeah, I was under the same assumption at some point, and then at some point I was like, I realized that, you know, you could use textures. Like, you could draw to a texture, and then the foliage could read from that texture. And just say, hey, yeah, when the texture is green, bend over in the green direction, but don't bend past this point. And it's like, hell yeah, we're pogging. So let's check if the marketplace has responded. Nope. It's all math at the end of that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice water. Yeah, nice water physics. Yeah, who are physicsing they water? Let's see, any more questions? Any questions, comments? Bloody blah. Mustafa, hello. Many objects will be far more complex than just an openness value. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a door class, you could just put the openness value on the door itself. But then you'd have to have a door class And then it's kind of like, okay, well, what if I have a cupboard, you know, like a wardrobe class? It's like, okay, well, does it derive from door? Or does it derive from openable class? But then it's like, well, yeah, a door is openable and a cupboard is openable, but a door isn't a storage thing, but a cupboard is, you know, storage, and it's big nightmare. And that's why I prefer to use just properties. Because you can... It's essentially like having a component. Or like, you know how like you have a health component that you can put on an actor if it needs health. It's the same with properties. You can just say, oh, this, you know, this thing, this entity needs health, or this entity needs to have an openness value, so that, you know, an AI character can look at the door and be like, oh, this is open, I can move through it. Or they look at a chest and they say, oh, this chest is open, I can loot stuff from it. John, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Fine, thank you. That's good, that's good. Glad to hear it. Porgy. Started using Unreal 4 days ago. I can't believe how easy your tutorials made it for me to learn. Appreciate you, good sir. I'm very, very glad to hear that. That's exciting. That is some good shit. That is some very good shit. Yo, first balls of the day. Are you using common UI or regular UI? I am using the default regular AI. Sorry, UI, not AI. But I do only do debug UI. The aim is to sort of not have UI in the final game, except for like inventory related stuff. First bowls of the day? What does that even mean? Do you mean like bowling? What do you mean like marijuana? For inventory, it's coming UI will be very useful. You can just hand it a soft image reference and it handles all the loading for you. Ah. Gotcha. That'd kind of be an issue for me though, because all of my items are they have a snapshot of them. Like every thumbnail is generated because of the way that, like, you know, durability and dirtiness and any kind of property is visually represented. So that you know that, oh, this is the dirty piece of armor in the chest, and this is the, you know, broken blah blah blah. It's basically an extension of UI. Okay, yeah. I mean, it could still be handy, for sure. I want to give me a thing. Actual content. Hell yeah. Can I make this, yeah, nice. Let's give this a color. Entities. You can have white text. Okay, that color's not very readable. Nice. UI like, okay, yeah. That's cool. Let's see on the ghoul. All right, let's talk about reality. Entity. All right. Any thing in the game world that exists Dimus. Been a while since I talked with reality. I think everyone can relate. Alright, let's do a little... mesh. Oi. Can I do like a cross out? No. I could do that, but yeah. Huh? What the fuck, Miro? What do you mean you just updated? That's weird. Oi! Son of a bitch, I just get locked out. Or logged out, possibly. No, we're back. Very good. A door is an entity, has an open... Oh! Has an open copen closed? Ugh. We're working on like global persistent characters, enemies in the world. Kind of. This refactor sort of stemmed from the item and inventory and equipment refactor. But then I was like, well, why can't we store a character in a barrel? And so I'm moving the logic to the entity class, which is the highest thing. But now I'm just trying to classify everything. What's a good one for item? Item. Wait, why is it so small? Haha, that's what she said. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This is a kind of weird definition, but I'll get into it in a sec. just hold on. Let me do this. What do you call, like, not metaphorical, but like a not virtual, but like if you have a group of people, it's called a squad of people, and that squad is made up of those people. Conceptual. That's what I mean by they can be stored in a Picos physical or conceptual. Meaning that an entity can, like a human, can be literally stuffed into a barrel, or a human can be stored in a squad, which is stored in an army, which the army is moving around the map as like one unit, so that we don't have to path thousands of AIs all the time. What was a bit of writing? What is an entity? What is an item in Miro? I'm just visualizing what's going on. Just trying to make sense of my brain. But can a person be in a squad and a barrel? Technically, yes. Oh, actually, technically no, but the barrel can be stored in the squad with the person in it. That's actually a good point. Can something be stored in multiple containers? Like, is it purely hierarchical? I feel like if a person is, let's say there's an injured person and they're on a cart, that cart would be a part of the squad. Therefore, by proxy, the character is part of the squad. In terms of like, thing on my screen. In terms of, Not necessarily like alignment-wise. They're, you know, a part of the squad, but as a moving entity, they are a part of the squad. You know, like a prisoner, for example, isn't like a part of the squad, but they are a part of the squad entity, or the army entity. You know what I mean? In a squad, in a horse. That's right. And the treasure even if someone could be stood in a wooden horse. Exactly, exactly. What isn't an item? A crate is not... maybe not a crate. A crate could be... a large crate. No, you know, a crate isn't. Oh, it depends who's holding it. If a giant... No. Does that kind of make sense? Same with like a body. A corpse is not an item for the same reason. However, an arm is an item, since if detached, we can slap the owner in the face with it. Detached doesn't have a T at the end. Oh, so can these all merge in the middle? There we go. I didn't know about the Trojan horse that happened like 3,000 years ago. True, true. Also, Hexic, have a good one. Have a good one. I'll see you then. One thing that always messes me up is that Cleopatra lived closer in time to the invention of VR than she did to the construction of the pyramids. Shit. That's fucked up. Jose, hello, hello. What do you think about the news on 5.4? Do you mean the pricing changes for virtual production? Or do you mean the epic new features that are going to be added? The pricing? I think it's fair enough. I think it's good. I don't have any issues with it. I don't think any virtual production people really have any issues with it either. Just means that shows like The Mandalorian that you know, use Unreal Engine for all of their backdrops and stuff now have to pay maybe $10,000 per year. Or maybe $20,000 per year to Unreal Engine. Which, you know, I don't know if fucking Disney could afford that. What if they turn to game devs 4 years down the line? Well, we can just stay on the current version of the engine that we use, and it won't affect us at all. This is made agreement with Epic so they don't have to pay in exchange for copyright profits. True. Well, yeah, Disney did buy into Epic, didn't they? But yeah, I think it's totally fair to do it subscription-based for virtual production and architectural visualization. Because it's like you can't really quantify how much the use of Unreal Engine contributed to the revenue of the product that was made. Like you can with a game. Because like a game, if you make a game with Unreal Engine, then, you know, like that is the product. Whereas something like a movie, you've got the actors, you've got the writers, you've got the, you know, people actually filming it, and the Unreal Engine is just in the background, you know, to like create some of the backdrops on the thing and to do some of the captures and whatnot. And so it's like, well, is that like 1% of the total revenue? So we take 5% from that if they earn over $1 million. It's like, it just doesn't work for the royalty method. So I think using, and again, $2,000 per year for, you know, architectural visualization or virtual production that earns over $1 million in revenue per year. Keep in mind there is still that $1 million cushion for like indies and whatnot, indies and education. I think that's like extremely reasonable, considering that for things like, you know, Maya and 3ds Max and fucking, I don't know, Adobe Creative Suite, you've just got to pay up front even if you don't make any money. So you like have to pay them to learn how to use their software. So I think Unreal is still very accessible and will remain accessible until the end of time. Sorry, I didn't say till the end of time. I meant till the end of Tim. One of the professors at my college gives students illegal free copies of Maya. Hell yeah, that's based. That's lit. So on task management? Hell yeah. That's good. What color's a living bean? I'd love to pay royalties to Unreal. That would mean I've exceeded 1 million in income. Hell yeah. Isn't that the dream? That's the dream. What color's our living bean? I think green makes sense. The bean, you know. So this is any entity. I might make item orange. Kind of like orange for item, but like less fucky. Give me like a nice gold. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Like a kind of like rose gold. Oh yeah, sexy. Oh yes. And was it item 2, you can arrange it in group? Yeah. It's like a stackable item. Although, what do we call a substance? Substance. So the gunpowder itself isn't an item. It's a substance, which is slightly different. Although is a substance... No, because a substance can only be stored in a vessel. I mean, it can exist on the ground, but... You know what I mean? Like, is a substance just a weirdly stackable item? Like water, for example. Like, you don't have a water item. You fill a vessel item with water. Well, I better pick up sand from the desert and pop it in my bag. Can I empty the desert? You will be able to pick it up, but you won't be able to empty the entire desert. And say liquid. Well, it's not necessarily a liquid. It's you know, like gunpowder is a substance, or you know, crushed dried herbs is a substance. Because you can't really use it as a weapon, which I think is where it differs from item. When can move by itself placed on a steep slope? I mean, that's a good point, but it isn't autonomous. Or it doesn't have agency. I'll say a cart, because a wagon's a little bit different, because it's... A wagon's a bit different, because it's a horse. It's a humanoid controlling a horse, which is pulling the wagon, so it's a little bit... It's a little bit abstract. Oops, wrong way. Wagon is such a strange concept because it ceases to exist when the human gets off. Why would you be getting off on a wagon? Jeez, what kind of wagons have you been riding? Someone's got a wagon fetish? That's just a joke, by the way. So a plant isn't a living being, but a rabbit or a cat is a living being. Well, we could say a moo is a living being. It gets hungry and eats plants. Lemur. Any entity that is volumetric in nature and can only be carried inside an item. That's in quotations. Inside an item. Inside and item. He wants to make more video games in the future. Yeah, of course he does. He's young. Young people have things they want to do. They don't just get rich and stop doing anything. Doesn't Unity charge users now? They always did. But their proposed thing got canned. They went back on it pretty quickly. Steam also takes a percentage too. Yeah, but that's only like... What's Steam? I think Steam's 30% or 20%. Only 30%. Although you'd be paying more to a publisher, so... So yo to the low. Or you could pay both, you know? You could pay a publisher and and Steam. Rest in peace, any money that you wanted. What do you say about human needs like water, food, oxygen, fire, clothes? So those are all properties. And any entity... I need to do like more things here. That's a good question. All entities. Oh. Have properties which describe states and yeah, which are modular descriptors, descriptive states. So yeah, like hunger, temperature, all that kind of stuff is a property that exists on, or that can exist on entity. But yeah, it's different between everything. So like an item can be wet or frozen, and a living being can also be wet or frozen. Water can also be frozen or wet. I mean, water is wet by nature. Well, water can't be wet. Well, actually, that's a good question. Is water wet? Shit. Is water wet? Fuck! It's just a joke. Water is not wet. Water is wetness itself. Water is the wet, exactly. That also actually, that brings me into a cool little thing about substances. Items, I guess even living beings, can soak up substances, you know? So if, you know, flammable liquid spills in your backpack, then all of your items will be covered in flammable oil liquid, and they'll all get fucked. But if I take a swim in liquid mercury, now I'm wet with mercury, that's not water, also I have cancer, probably. Yeah, exactly. I think wetness is gonna be a... Honestly, probably like a sub-container. Like, I think wetness is a picos. Because, like, if you've got a shirt, and you're wearing a shirt, and that shirt gets blood or water or mercury spilled on it, then those substances should get added to the shirt's wetness picos. And things that are in that wetness picos add or modify the properties of the shirt itself. Do you know what I mean? So when flammable oil substance is applied to an item or a character or an entity, you know, a door is covered in flammable liquid, the liquid itself applies the kind of status effect, but then as the door starts burning gets rid of the flammable liquid stuff. Do you know what I mean? So when you go in the water, your clothes go all puffy and balloon up like my shorts do sometimes? Yes? Yes. That actually is doable with the what's it called? So you're going to have to defining a shirt by the dye that's soaked into the shirt, having the dye run off in water. Yeah, as Rosie said, that's actually kind of easy. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Oh, there's an ad about to play, but are you? I can't see the subscribed badges. But that's actually a good, interesting theory. Because yeah, you could say a shirt or like a fabric shirt has a dye property. Oh, well, sorry, has in its substance thing, has a dyed property or a dye substance in its thinger. And And based on the strength of that dye, like the dye sets the color of that item's material that's, you know, visually thingoed. So then if you know, go in hot water or something, you know, the dye will look for the overall soakedness of the shirt, and then also look for the heat, and then it will undye itself. And then with Prismatica plugin, with the paint buffer, we can just draw an RGBA value to to the simulation, and that will spread around in the water and like go on the floor and whatever. Wouldn't that be kind of funny? Can cats get drunk from licking they paws? Yes, because the body of the character can hold a substance. Do you know what I mean? Well, actually, it would be the... So a limb, the limb of a character, as we discussed last stream, is an item. So, you know, if you've got an arm, the arm is an item that is stored in the body's picos, in its limb picos. And then that limb has properties, you know? So that limb can be injured, it could be bleeding, it could be whatever, whatever. Can I smack enemies with limbs? Yes. Yes. Picos? No, picos. P-I-C-O-S. Picos. What is a picos? $2.50. It's a good deal? Yeah. It's pretty good. Chico, how's it going? We have some kind of map for navigation. Not a real-time map. But you will be able to find and or buy maps. Mapses. Or draw your own map, or your character can cartographize if they have the appropriate skill. What do you call the process of drawing a map? Cartographize? Cartograph? Let's say bomb. Let's say sack. Saying it be held by itself, though, just have to cup your hands unless it comes back to the concept of hands as items. So the hand Picos will have volumetric capabilities, probably, to a small extent. So you can hold some water in your hand and then, I don't know, put it in a cup, or hold some sand, or you can pull sand out of your pocket and pocket sand. Is fire a substance? I don't think so, but fire is definitely an entity, because fire is a thing that exists and needs persistent tracking. I think fire would just be an entity. Or is fire a property? Or is fire a substance? Because if something is on fire, because fire has to have a... Shit. That's tough. Because fire needs fuel. So, you know, a chair can be set on fire. But the fire can also affect non-entities. If that makes sense. Like, the ground. Well, can the ground be on fire? Like, can a rock be on fire? Because usually if there's fire on a rock, it's because there's a flammable substance on the rock. But then if we're dealing with just, like, the grass, right? The grass isn't an entity. The grass is just... We don't bother tracking the grass, right? We might have grass exclusion entities. So, you know, fire would be an entity. And we could say, oh, yeah, this is now a burned patch that when we come there next, it'll be all charred and we can hide the grass and whatever. But in that case, how does the fire exist? So I think fire is an entity. What is fire? Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Is fire a weapon? No. It can be used as... It can be used as a... It can be used to inflict harm, but it isn't a weapon. Item, any entity that can be wielded as a weapon? No. What about, like, a bottle of fire? I mean, can you store fire in a bottle, though? I mean, maybe in this world you can. And I think fire is a substance. Carried in an item. Or... splattered. Or loose. Or, you know, or on the ground. / walls. Non-entities. So I guess when we look at it this way, fire could be a substance. Because it's like, you know, if you smash water on the ground, it will create a substance puddle that has water, you know? So if we step on that, then our shoes will soak in water. Do you know what I mean? Fire can be on something. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, like, water can be on something. But then it's also like... Yeah, no, I think fire is a substance. Technically. Well, yeah, because, like, you don't have to have flammable liquid. Like, a shirt is flammable by... Like, inherently flammable. Yeah, I think fire is... Water... Well, let's just say fire is a substance. Which causes the burntedness. Burnedness. Burntness? There we go. No, cursed word. Right, this is something which causes... Yeah, which increments the burned property of things that it is in/on. Is love a substance? No, love is a property. Well, actually, no. There's a whole other thing, which is technically not a property. I mean, it is kind of a property, but I don't know if it will use the property system. It might use the property system, but a separate manager. But it'll be like a whole social simulation thing. You know? It'll be a whole thing. Wait, no, I wanted to do this. Which increments the burned property of the things that it is in/on. It can also exist loosely on grass/wood non-entities. Yeah, so these will have like a substance actor. So that if you overlap with it, or you trace against it or whatever, you'll pick up some of it. So you'd be able to like leave a trail of flammable liquid if you rolled around in it and then did more dodge rolls and shit, you know. Another note, hand/mouth can hold substances, can hold a small amount of substances. So you can throw slash, so they can be thrown slash spat. Egg. Fire. What's it called? Fire, where you like do the thing. Fire breathing? And pocket sand? Fire breathing. Yep. Do we want to separate physical and conceptual Picos? No, it should be an actual... Because, like, an army is still a physical thing. I've just got to remember that army doesn't signify... doesn't signify, what do you call it? Alignment. Because an army might be comprised of 5 squads, and then a squad of prisoners. Or maybe there'll be 5 squads, and 2 of those squads have 2 prisoners in them. I am liking this. This is a good exercise. What about whether or especially snow to protect yourself, wear special clothes? Yeah, that'll be a combination of a bunch of systems. So there's like an ambient temperature, there's a wind value, and those affect the temperature of, well, everything. So, you know, if you leave some meat out in the snow, then it will last longer than if you threw some meat out in the desert. But then for a living being, then basically there's a temperature, body temperature. I still haven't decided how I want to model it, but basically wearing clothes will provide insulation so that you can maintain body, you know, good body temperature So if you've got no clothes on and it's really windy and you're in the desert, and you're in the snowy desert, you're in the Antarctica, then your character's body won't be able to generate enough heat to keep up with the loss of heat from the weather, the wind, the ambient temperature. Being wet increases the magnitude that wind takes heat away from the body and whatnot. So then you'd just die. So, you could solve that by finding shelter from the wind, going behind a cliff that's facing away from the way the wind's blowing. You could go in a cave. You could fucking build an igloo if you wanted to. You could start a fire. You could put some damn clothes on. So yeah, those will all be factors in your adventures. Diogo, hello. New subscriber working on a project for the university where I need to create a wildfire simulator with UE5, and your videos help me a lot. Thank you. That's awesome. That's hella cool. We were just talking about fire. For our world simulation stuff. Alright, entity classification nonsense. Sack. Nice. God, it's already been an hour and a half. We have been doing some solid thinking. Very solid thinking. All right, well, let's begin the doing. Gutted a bunch of logic. Let's try and repair everything. Lamau. Do I have any tiny bit of coffee left? And I have water, which is great. Also, Marzon, thank you very much for the water earlier. All right, let's sit up. do a big stretch. A big stretch for free. Also, has anyone in the chat ever used any like wiki application sort of stuff? Because I'm thinking for the open source nature of the project, it'd be good to just have one place, like a living document, that can handle both. It would need to be an app or a website that can do... It would essentially need to document the world of the game, like, lore and story-wise, but also have access privileges. So, like, you know, only the inner circle can see all of the spoilers and whatnot. You know, people that have signed the what's it called? That are, like, technically a part of the project that can access all of the meshes and whatnot. And not redistribute them. But then also, as a layer, all of the technical documentation, I guess that would just be separate pages that could link into that. I think Confluence has stuff like that. True. True. More of a documentation. Yeah. I mean, that is kind of the point. It's not so... It would be nice if it could be player-facing, though, as well. So, like, multiple permissions. So you could say, oh, yeah, this page is accessible by, you know, the, by public. But then there could be, like, a section at the bottom that, you know, only members can see and that kind of shit. Rather than needing to essentially run 3 separate documentations. You know, technical document... Well, I guess it would be 4. There would be player-facing technical... like, wiki stuff. Like, gameplay stuff. There would be... I guess the player-facing, you know, world and gameplay kind of would be in the same document anyway. I don't know. I've just been thinking, is there, like, has anyone ever used any apps or websites like that that they would recommend? Alright, maps. Grass. Can we play? Oh, we can play. Ah, but we are naked. We are naked. Very good. Alright, let's stop yeeting naked characters around. I'll wait till the ad's finish and then we'll get started. Because I know everyone's just so excited to watch me pull my hair out, refactoring all this stuff. So the first order of business... Well, actually, we've got a to-do list. So the to-do list is humans are objects, Picos stores entities, limbs are items, limbs have simulation property managers. Cool. Is he Rubber Man? Yes. Actually, he doesn't have health at the moment, so... Technically. Ouch. Alrighty. Let's begin. Let's begin. First of all, what is a Picos? So Picos base item container object. Wait, where's my... What usually goes over here? I feel like I'm missing something. My blueprint, there it is. Need a recipe with broccoli. Anyone got anything? Broccoli. Broccoli. Just broccoli. Just fry it up in a pan. Put some salt and pepper on it and you're good to go. Maybe dip it in some soy sauce? Maybe, you know, a little bit of broccoli soy. Fried rice with broccoli. Yeah, rice and broccoli is a killer combo. You could do a curry. Like a yellow curry. Oh, not yellow. Oh, you could do it in yellow. Or pad thai with broccoli. Would be pog. Noodles, broccoli. Broccoli fry with egg. There you go. Yeah, broccoli's so good when it's fried. I hate broccoli when it's just been steamed. I feel like people that just steam or boil their vegetables are like actual psychopaths. But as soon as you pan fry vegetables, they're just like instantly amazing. I know it's technically healthier, or you absorb more of the nutrients if you just steam them or boil them, but like, come on, man. Tastes like shit. Tastes like broccoli. Picos is a mountain range in Spain. There you go. Alright, this is no longer contained items. This is contained entity. How do I... PLSS entity. Yeah. Object reference. Any entity can be thingoed. This is contained entities. So we have owning entity, contained entities, and then the Picos container static data. And that's all. And this shouldn't actually change... Oh, okay, entity. Ah, true. Right, because we started doing a thing. So we can do get all contained entities. Entities list. which is now just going to be entity plural. Yeah, this is going to be hella pog. This is actually going to be so pog. Because now we can store everything in any type of container, which is very nice. So we can stuff a corpse in a barrel and then throw that barrel into a river. And then no one will ever find out it was us. In the game. Talking about the game. Ha 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 ha. First you boil broccoli in water, then put it in flour, and then in egg, then fry it. True, true. I do recognize that. It's almost like a, almost like tempura broccoli, but with egg. Fuck, I might try that for breakfast. That actually sounds like really decent. Might have to go and get some eggs from those chickens. Pull it straight out of their butts. Here we go, here's a video. 2 recipes. Asian stir-fried broccoli with egg. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's some mature broccoli. It's good. What do we got here? Ginger. Got some of that. I've got some of that as well. Chuck it in, cook it up. Brown well on all sides. See, I'd smother this in oil. Although I think they're just gonna kind of do a broccoli omelette. I don't think they're gonna flour the. Oh no, maybe. No, I think they're just gonna do like a broccoli omelette. Yeah. Still solid, still solid. Respectable. So it's like broccoli scramble. Right. Oh, that was the pizza that's not the that's not that one, that's the first recipe. There you go. Okay, yeah, fucking jeez. Yeah, broccoli's good. Broccoli's super veg. I think broccoli got an... There's this guy that does videos. He does tier lists. For all, like, nutrients. Here you go. Nutrition tier lists. Vegetables. Raw broccoli in salad? True. Yeah, like actually based. Alright, here we go. Yeah, broccoli's an S tier. Carrot S tier. Chili peppers, scallop greens, garlic, kale S tier. My like entire diet is broccoli, carrot, kale, and garlic. And then what else do I have down here? Potatoes sometimes. Cauliflower sometimes. Like cauliflower soup. I never really have corn. Yeah. And there are no F-tier vegetables. All of them are healthy. It's just that some are messed up healthy. Yeah, broccolis, man. If you want to get insta-healed in Prismatica, eat broccoli. Just munch on the brock. Okay, so in the item grid container object... Okay, nothing's broken. Why is that? Oh, because it knows that it's a... Yeah. So what we want to do... I need to give entity a grid space getter. Like core PLSS. Oh, so I'm gonna PLS. Huh? Oh, is this empty now? Yeah. I hate that when you rename a folder and it makes a new folder, but then there's an empty folder with the old name. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Get yeet. Nice. Also, simulation property was going to be called Piss. The Pris simulation property system. Piss. And then there would be a Pispism, which is a Prismatica simulation property manager. Cool. I think it is really important to give stuff acronyms. Just got an email from another teacher telling me off for teaching my students about event dispatches because apparently they're too complicated. What the fuck? Content making component that binds to take any damage so they could have modular health system easily. Yeah, that's like standard. That's weird. Why would they... I mean, if it was like the first thing that you taught someone, maybe it's a bit complicated, but like... You know what I mean? Otherwise, that's fine. That's just how it is. In the real world. In the rude sandstorm. Look at one of their recordings, they had things casting to the character running a function called remove health. Then they had to recreate it for their AI. God, they could at least fucking implement it in like a base class that the AI and the player character derive from. Like living being, you know, character living being. And define it in there. Like that's like the basic level implementation is to just inherit health and damage from an upper class. I feel like a teacher should kind of, you know? So instead of casting it as... Well, I mean, nothing wrong with casting. Like, if you hit something and then just cast to the parent class that implements, you know, like if you're expecting to hit a character or whatnot, then that would be like forgivable. Not even forgivable. That would be fine in my eyes. Unrealized damage system. What does it do? It's kind of a legacy system from Unreal Tournament. I hate it personally. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't find any use in it. Alright, Picos, Picos, Picos. So, our entity, PLSS. Wait, do we still have simulation? No, yeah. PLSS entity. This needs a function called get spatial or get storage grid dimensions. And then return a int point. And then this is going to be an int point. Sorry, I meant to... It's called int... No. Oh, no. Int point. There we go. And then this is called dimensions. Cool. By default, let's just give this a 2x2. Or even a 1x1. Yeah. 1x1's fine. So that's just for entity. Right, so we now need to do an entity static data asset, which everything derives from for their static data. Adam, hello, hello. What is a Picos? Who up pie they costs? Me. Andrew, will you create new videos about optimization tools and about UI tips? Optimization stuff, yes, at some point. UI, probably not. I'm not very much of a UI enjoyer. Weighed myself this morning at 59 kilograms. I drank like 3 liters per day, eaten 2. Now I'm weighing in at 57.5 kilograms. Ringworm? What do you mean a ringworm? Ringworm's not a parasite. Ringworm is a fungal skin condition. Stupid ass. Still ringworm though. Could be ringworm. Yeah? Have you got some worms? Big girl? Why have I got like a pimple? Yeah, think of the tapeworm. Yeah. Tapeworm, heartworms, gutworms. Earthworms. Yo, cat cam, what up? Hey, beautiful girl. was not subtle at all. Right, well now I'm covered in cat grease. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna dampen this cloth and wash my face. So BRB. Hello. We're back. We are back. We are so back. Yo, we are so back right now. All right. Back to work. So, Entity has a get storage grid dimensions, which does a thing. We also need to create an entity thing. Entity static data class. Primary data asset. This is going to be called PLSS entity static data. I do want to use as much static data as humanly possible. Like if something is never really going to change, or not change, but like I'm just thinking we composite data assets within data assets within data assets as much as possible. You know, so like a living being static data asset will have like a template for, you know, the human race, which has a human race, humanoid data asset as its base race data asset. You know, whereas a lizard man, I know I keep using lizard man as an example. I don't know if there's going to be lizard men in, or lizard people in the game, but it's just a you know, distinctive but kind of similar thing. Yeah. Also, Manny, hello, how are you doing? Entity static data. Item static data. How about cat people? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, cat people. Item static data asset. We are just going to do a cheeky reparent to entity static data. And it is done. And nothing broke. That's great. Doing good? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How's work been going? Working and twerking. So far so good? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Doing character art every day? Nice. Peak performance. Have you ever, like... What's, like, the biggest brick wall you've ever hit doing a character? Like, have you ever just, like, not been able to fucking... You know, to do something? Or, like, what took the most... What caused the most grief in your entire career? Item socket data. What the fuck is this? Oh, right, that's the old thing. How do I find... Well, no. Item socket data. What was socket data even used for? Socket data. Item socket data. Right, socket type, blah, 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 blah. So that was that whole mess, which we're redoing. Enclosed for a hunting game. Like realistic... Like hunting sim? Was Super uninspired and unmotivated? Yeah. How many hours have you been alive? Just another way of asking your age. Old enough. I'm old enough. No, I'm in my 20s. I'm still in my 20s. I'm in my 10s. Fuck. Damn. That really puts it in perspective. Means 29.5. Yeah, like almost exactly 29.5. Fuck. Give or take another 0.05. Okay, so we can start gutting everything. Container grid dimensions. Yo, what's up, granddad? Hell yeah. I'm not a granddad. I am an uncle, though. They call me Uncle Charles. I'm like Yoda. Yeah. I'm in my 40s and it feels weird saying that for the first time ever. True. No, you're still in your late 30s, Manny. Still in your late 30s. Very, very late and sleepy that is. Yeah. Have you watched The Bad Batch? I have not. Jensen, what's instruction here on your water shader? Good question. I haven't actually looked at my Prismatica water shader in a long time. But the one in my thing, plugin. This one. Yeah, it's fine. This one here, which is just like a very basic water shader without any funkaliciousness. It is 181 in the vertex shader. Where is my pixel shader? Hello? Apparently 0 in the... Yeah. But I wouldn't worry too much about where's the thing? Optimization. Shader complexity. I wouldn't worry too much about shader complexity like, you know, the colors. Basically, you just need to know, is this causing frames to drop? And if it is, then do something about it. So yeah. Basically, you want the whole scene to be white. Yeah, exactly. It means that you're letting the GPU heat up a little bit, so it will run faster. Ready to cook some eggs. True. What's the best approach on pinpointing that? You can do stat GPU. And this will just tell you which things are taking the most time to render the scene. So for me, it is base pass, which is always the highest one. This is basically just like... It's a very generic bin for just rendering the scene, basically. Like, rendering the objects and everything. The pre-pass is the depth pass. So, like, the early depth pass for, like, masked materials and whatnot. I think the pre-pass also does the occlusion culling and stuff. Slate UI is this window here. And the editor stuff. I'm pretty sure maybe that'll go away if... Yeah. So Slate UI is the editor itself. So you probably want to do this on full screen. Skylight diffuse. Editor primitives, post-processing, blah, blah, blah. So, like, basically, if something is, like, way up here... Control-Shift, comma? Control-Shift, comma? Oh, the actual visualizer. This basically just gets this and chucks it on its side. Although, you can look in the base pass, yeah. Base pass parallel. Wow, that's really, really helpful. But yeah, that's where I'd start looking. If you, like, notice the, what's it called? If you notice any, like, frame drops or that, you know, your frame rate has started going lower than usual. It could also be the CPU causing frames to drop. So, probably start with stat unit, which will just tell you here's the amount of time that the frame takes to draw overall, and then how much of that is the game, the draw thread, and the GPU time. It's saying that my GPU time is 16 milliseconds because I've capped my frame rate at 60 FPS. So the GPU is just waiting until that time to actually spit everything out. So on Hunting Simulator code Hunter Caller White. Yeah, I recognize that name. I think I'd hate to do realistic clothes. like in character modeling. Although I guess those, what's it called? Like, I forget what that plugin or app is called. That you just like, you literally do, yeah, Marvelous Designer. That's it. Yep. Yeah, where you can just like get a pattern and literally just put it on a character. And then bake that to a low poly. Or just leave it as is. Alright, what's angry? Nothing angry. Okay, so, item static data. We need to move some variables up, like default container grid dimensions. You are getting yeeted to the parent class. Very good. Container properties, container volume, we don't care about. Show contained items with tag, don't care about. PyCOS container types is data assets. Yes, so that stays. Default container grid dimensions don't keep because the PyCOS takes care of that. Oh, well, no, this is default. This is the parent one, the one that we literally just moved. Not container grid dimensions. This is default, like, entity grid dimensions. Although I think that... Okay, yeah, no, that's the wrong one. It's this one that we wanted to move up. So, entity grid dimensions we delete. Item grid dimensions is now entity grid dimensions. Although that should be default. Because we can modify that. You know, like you could stuff a corpse in a barrel and it would change the shape of it. So it would have an override for that specifically. Oh, off we go. Grid dimensions is better than grid dementia. Yeah, you'd know. You'd know, old man. Have a company buy a subscription for that software a few weeks back. Such a good cloth sim software. Yeah, it looks really... It looks solid and it looks like it saves millions of hours. Who up segmenting they faults? What does that even mean? Container properties, PyCOS container types, cool. Tags, item gameplay tag container. Should this should be entity tags. So you are going to get moved to parent class. Entity tags. This is base entity tags. So I'm just going to remove your group or category. Recursion is usually because of a safe word on insertion. Gotcha. I just assumed it's because it sucks. Preferred container tags. Is that even a part of... Let me refer back to the Bible. The Prismatica Bible. The Prismible. Biblematica. Plugin for Elementor called Garment Tool. I've heard of that as well. I've heard of that as well. I think it's kind of the same dealio. Like like cloth sims stuff. And then bakes it to a thing. What was I thinking about again? Preferred container tags. So if we... I think this is just an item specific thing. Well, it would also be substance as well. Made by the hair tool guy. Right. I love hair tool. Do we need to worry about container preference for... Because, like, container preference is more... I mean, it could just be the... No, items should have a container preference. So that if you pick up an arrow, your character will put that arrow in a quiver. Rather than having to query everything. And then the quiver says, oh, well, we could do it so that the quiver calls dibs on the arrow. You know what I mean? So we could just say each Picos has an item container Picos has a like a priority items list or priority items tag with a value that's like, yeah, give me this, give me this, give me this. So if two things say, oh yeah, I can carry arrows, you know. So like if there's a if you've got a belt and you can put arrows in the belt, like under the belt, which is something that they did in the medieval time. But then if you've also got a quiver, the quiver should have arrow priority 1 billion, so that you will always try to add the arrows to the quiver before putting them in the belt. Because the quiver is quicker to access. But only if the quiver is... we'd have to do a pathfinding algorithm to determine where to put it. Because we would literally say, yeah, arrow priority, or arrow, like, 0 would mean higher priority, 100 would mean don't put it here, put it literally anywhere else. But then it's like, if we have only a backpack, and we have a quiver in our backpack, then we should put the arrows in the quiver in the backpack. Do you know what I mean? Or if we have if we can put arrows in our belt and we have a backpack, but the quiver is inside the backpack, like stored inside it, then that quiver costs more to put the arrows in, because obviously it will play the put in bag animation, which takes ages. And then obviously getting them out of the bag would take ages because it's the backpack. So then, would we just pick up the arrow and put it in our belt? Because that would be the best place to put it. Do you know what I mean? We have different types of arrows, if so, will the quiver be able to carry multiple types of arrows at the same time? And if so, will the quiver be carried on the back or on the belt? And if on the back, how will the character know which arrow he's picking from the quiver? Great questions, Manny. I will answer. But Sov, thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, we've got heaps of new emotes. If anyone wants to, spam emotes, just type in :Prisma 41, Prisma balls, Prisma 2 balls too fast, etc., etc. Heaps of balls. Lots of rolling balls, fast balls, slow balls. Some stupid photos of me. There's the Charles Ross. Manny, you photoshopped that, didn't you? Yeah, you created that. The Charles Ross with the 3 thumbs. Gotta get some food, so I'm gonna be like, all good stuff, all good. I might see you later. Hope the stream was good though. The nebulae looked superb. Superb. But for those of you just joining us, we are currently in the middle of a big, thick refactor. Woohoo! It's the biggest refactor in existence. Well, in the history of this game. But essentially we're doing a big reclassification of stuff to be able to simulate offline entities. Or you know, virtual entities. And just kind of... The main thing is that we decided that all entities can be stored or can be part of a group or can be contained, whether that's physically or conceptually. So essentially we build a giant hierarchy of entities and sub-entities and sub-entities and sub-entities, and each of those entities has a property manager with a bunch of properties. And that allows us to do things like cut off someone's arm and then slap them in the face with it. Because an arm is an item which is attached to a living being. So that arm can then be removed and replaced or wielded as a weapon, etc., etc. And that's kind of what sparked this entire refactor. So it's very unhinged. But it was something, there's obviously more to it than that. Unless. But, yeah, currently we're just moving some variables around. The main thing that we were doing before this one was the whole container system. So like inventory, equipment, storage, blah blah blah, and just doing a bit of a tidy up on that, because you know there's so many different ways to store something. And, you know, all the different storage things would have their own rules. For example, you can only put... I'm trying to think. My brain's just gone. You can only put a sword in a sheath. Or you can only put a dagger in a dagger-sized sheath. You can't put in a longsword. And so that's just like a rule for that particular thing's container. Which was starting to get really cumbersome to just implement in the base item class. You know? Pretty sure I can put 3 liters of gunpowder in a sheath. That is correct. That is correct. You could even put all that gunpowder in the sheath, then put the sword in there. Then when you draw the sword, it all explodes. So yeah, we were just doing a bit of a reclassification. So an entity is anything. Anything that needs classification in the world. So a person, a crop, or like a plant that is persistent. Trees are probably entities, maybe? Or maybe a forest is an entity that just has an array of trees. I don't fucking know. But then things like a cart or a wagon is also an entity. Or a horse is an entity. Or a rock that we threw at someone's head is an entity. But a rock is also an item, so an item is any entity that has the capability to be used as a weapon. Or basically anything that can be held. Slash anything that can be held. Not hold. Hold is different. Hauling something requires... When you haul something, you won't be storing it in your hand slot. You'll need to have both hands free, but it will be a whole... like it'll be a different action. Same with, like, a cart. You know, if you're pushing a cart, you are hauling it. Or, like, you know, you're essentially in an action state called pushing cart. But you're never actually holding the cart. Do you know what I mean? So that's where we draw the line with item. I'm sure I could hold a cart. That's true, that's true. Items can also be used, consumed, blah, blah, blah. Substances can also be consumed. So I guess consummation is... well, consummation is just a property called... or maybe they'd have a when consumed data asset. I guess technically an entity or a living being can also be consumed. Like the body itself, not just the limbs on the body, but... because like a torso isn't... is a torso an item? At what point does a living being become a living being? I don't think there's actually anything... I don't think living being is a physical thing. I think this is just a... it's just a blurry line. It's like living being is a container of items that make up the body. Well, items and substances, because it's full of blood. It's full of blood substance. Living being is just a spirit. That's actually a good way of putting it. Like, no joke. Like, from a code perspective. Yeah, yeah. We think about it philosophically, there's no clear definition for what is alive. They could argue that all body parts are items. I agree. From a gameplay perspective. Or a coding perspective. So yeah, a living being is just is just an entity that has a bunch of containers for its limbs, for its substances, for its equipment. Equipment belongs on the living being. Because we can't just put... I mean, I don't want to go this in depth. We can't equip glove, or we can't equip a glove to a hand or an arm. But we can equip gloves to the living being, which cover the hands and the arms. but the equipment lives on the living being. And don't ask me what happens when we cut off. Don't ask me what happens to the gloves, the pair of gloves, when we cut off someone's arm. The glove conveniently just falls to the ground, you know? At the end of the day, aren't we all just containers? Literally, literally. I was also thinking you could, we could actually define the stomach item of a living being as a container that can hold substances and items. So, like, if there was a giant monster that ate a character, you might find their armor in the stomach of the monster. You know what I mean? That would actually be a really tidy way of dealing with ingestibles. Rather than linking properties, we could literally add item to stomach, and it could sit in there, and then we can just say, for each item or substance in stomach, digest it. And then they would give you nutrients and effects from the stomach. And then if you vomited, we just say, get all items and substances in stomach, and just yeet them out. Because that's kind of how I was thinking of tracking it anyway, but this is a lot neater, because now the stomach is an item. Yeah. They're gonna find the artifact, eats it. True. True. Yeah, you pickpocket someone, and then you you pickpocket some jewelry, and then as you're about to be searched, you just eat it. Does a cow get 4? It's a good question. I'd probably just define it as a cow stomach, which would just, you know, do its thing. I don't want to actually, like... We don't want to go that deep on the simulator. Yeah, like, I do have lines. We're not going to simulate cows chewing cud, you know? Well, we might visually do it. Because that's... You always see cows chewing on regurgitated grass. But I don't think we will actually simulate that. You know? I don't see the benefit. I don't see the gameplay possibilities from cows regurgitating grass into their mouths and eating it again. Yeah. No, now you've got me thinking about it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stop thinking about that. I see enough of that every day. So yeah, that's this is how we started the stream. Now we are just coding and getting everything all nice and set up. Preferred container tags we don't care about. That is a property of the PyCos. So this is for entity static data that we're moving things to. All entities do need a thumbnail potentially. But I might turn the thumbnail stuff into a data asset that defines, hey, how should we present this item to the scene capture? Because it might have we might pass in what it's being stored in, and then it can be like, oh, when stored in barrel and dead, do this pose. You know? But if stored in barrel and alive, then just like, you know, fetal position. What would be the inside ogre's stomach pose? Probably this. That, but covered in goo. Exactly, exactly. Well, the covered in goo part would be because they are covered in the stomach goo substance. Or at least all their clothes would be, and their body. So that would be updated on the thumbnail. You know? Sidberg, hello, hello. How long have you been working on your game? What keeps you motivated? I've been learning Unreal Engine for about 3 or 4 years now. And I've been working towards this game since I started. So, I don't know. Does that kind of answer question? I feel like there was never a definitive start time for this project. I feel like I've always, well, since I've started game dev. Well, I mean, since I've started game dev, I've always been working on it, but like, you know, I'm always refactoring and improving and learning new things and, you know, redoing stuff because, you know I can do it better. Or because I want to learn something new and explore some ideas and that kind of stuff. So that's sort of the gist of it. Also, Manny, thanks for the 5 gifties. Thrifty gifties. Congrats to everyone that won the lottery, the gift sub lottery. Also, what keeps me motivated? You guys do. You guys keep me motivated. Wow, so wholesome. So wholesome. Just it's fucking pillow. Here we go. That's better. Yeah, all my adoring fans, you know? Maybe this is about something you can just grab or pull. Yeah, so that would be like I mean, a door has health. Not really sure where door fits in. Door could just literally be entity. Or we could classify it further and be like, oh yeah, we've got like entity, you know, building. Building is an entity. Building. And then like, you know, building part. Oh, well, a building would contain multiple building parts, and maybe door would be, you know, just an entity. I feel like there's no real difference between... Yeah. But yeah, for just something you can grab or pull or push, anything that is physically simulated, you'll be able to push and pull around. Even if they're not entities. So some physics objects will be entities, but others will just be, you know, props. Like a giant boulder might... Well, I'd probably say a giant boulder is an entity because it would need to be persistently tracked. So, you know, if you move the boulder off the road, it should stay off the road. Or if someone wants to push a boulder onto the road to stop traders, then they can do that. But yeah, any physics object you'll be able to just push or pull around. But for something that needs to be tracked, it could just be an entity, which just stores its location, and it can have properties that say, you know, oh yeah, the door is open or destroyed, or, you know, this giant boulder has a container that contains ore. And that container is only accessible once this gets broken. You know, once its health equals 0. So that could, yeah, they could just exist as the lowest class without any extra functionality. I mean, technically everything could just be an entity, and the things that make a living being could be, you know, a property or something, or like a sub-object. But I feel like this is just a little bit cleaner to actually, like, use a bit of inheritance. Harvest for things like cotton and wool. So they will be probably also an entity, or like their own class, like plant or something. But they would need persistent tracking. And, like, they're not items themselves, but they produce items. So, you know, you have, like, a corn crop, and you can take corn from it, and that corn is an item, but the crop itself, you can't just, like, uproot the entire crop and store it somewhere. I mean, you probably could. Maybe you want to pick up an entire corn crop and use that as a stick to hit someone with. But like a tree wouldn't be an item. You know what I mean? Unless you are really big, in which case a tree is an item. So maybe a tree is an item that contains all the apples. Because we can say that an item can only be equipped by, or equipped in slot with tag, and, or, you know, matches all tags. So it could be like, oh yeah, we can equip a tree, but only in the hand of an ogre, but not in the hand of a humanoid. Originally, large character doesn't need to know woodworking, just uproot a tree and store everything hanging on its branches. Nice. Nice. So how do I want to do these thumbnail things? I think I do want to do it in a data asset, and then the data asset gets queried to pose. Data assets can set things on things they have references to, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I just pass in a reference to the mesh component. The data asset would position it appropriately. And then we take the screenshot. So yeah, I think all of the thumbnail stuff. Let's just go to core, PLSS. Let's just go to PLSS entity data. I'm going to put this. No, I guess I'll just put that in there, move there. Let's make a duplicate entity thumbnail. Thumbnail. What do we call this? Entity thumbnail data? Entity thumbnail logic? I don't fucking know. Thumbnail data. Yeah. Which would have a variable called default thumbnail transform. Transform. We'd have to do one for like posable, which would then have extra data. Then we need to override functions all the time. Well, for some things, I guess. But yeah, item static data. So we don't need thumbnail transform. We delete. Thumbnail pose, get delete. Default icon material. What is this again? Material interface type. Default icon material. That'd probably also be a property of the thumbnail, right? Like a fallback material. Or is that just a property of entity static data? I think that's a property of entity static data. But entity static data will have a default thumbnail data. The only problem with using data assets is that we like data assets within data assets is that we end up having to make a lot of extra data assets versus just setting it on the initial data asset, you know what I mean? So like having an empty variable on a data asset isn't a big deal, because there's only one instance of the data asset in the entire session. Whereas if we have a variable on an object, then if we have a million objects, we have a million of those, like copies of that variable. But I think the thumbnail thing, because... Yeah, I wish you could, I wish you could write additional logic or override a function in the data asset, like, you know, the red data asset class. But I know that kind of defeats the purpose. And so I think by having a different data asset type, like thumbnail data asset, thumbnail data, we can then make child classes of it, which process the thing for the thumbnail differently, and then assign the thumbnail type. So like most objects will just be static, you know, regular, you know, recreate the mesh, do the thing, but then there's like posable thumbnail, which has, you know, a pose. So like, you know, gloves get posed like this, and all that kind of pizzazz. But then I would have to make a posable data asset for shirts, pants, gloves, which again isn't the biggest deal. And then make a child one of posable for humanoids that can then handle, hey, I'm being stored in a barrel. You know, let's generate a thumbnail of this character in the barrel in a different pose. Versus if we put someone in a coffin, you know, they're like this. Where it needs where it can decide additional context from the object reference, process all that, and then position the mesh to be thumbnailified. So I think that's good. I think that's good. Max stack quantity. Stacks. I think stacking is introduced in item only. Substances have an amount, not a stack size. Items have a stack size. Also, Manny, you asked about whether you can put a bunch of different arrows in a quiver. And my answer is, I don't know. On one hand, I think you should be able to. Maybe an item stack is just... What is an item stack? Let's think about it. What's a stack of items? Like, why do we stack items in games with spatial inventories? Do you know what I mean? What is an item stack but a miserable stack of items? Exactly. Yeah, I'm just thinking, how do we do it? How could we do a mixed stack? I mean, for a quiver, you could just say, oh yeah, it doesn't use a grid. The quiver just stores arrows as is inside it with a maximum of 30 arrows. So you can have 15 normal arrows, 10 bomb arrows, 5 other ones. Which you'd have to, like, you know, the quiver itself takes up a 3x1 slot in a backpack, but then you can right-click it and you see the arrows that are inside it. And so you could technically have 30 stacks of one arrow in this quiver, if you wanted. But I'd probably make it so that it would auto-stack any arrows that can be stacked. Because it would kind of feel wrong to be like, oh, I've got one, you know, basic arrow in my quiver, and then I, you know, in the middle of a battle, I picked up a, you know, a group of 5 arrows off the ground, but my character's like, oh, I'm going to put them in my, you know, in my backpack instead of in the quiver because they can't stack with that one arrow that's left. Do you know what I mean? I think stacks are only really applicable for projectiles anyway. No, I guess you could have like stacks of bandages. Bandages that are all in the one place. Quiver store, arrows, bucket stores, water, chest store, small things. So yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, if you had a backpack, like just a backpack, and the backpack is a grid, and you put 5 basic arrows and 5 sharp, you know, broadhead arrows or something in there, they would have to take up 2 different slots. And I guess that's kind of like, you know, gives you an incentive to look for something that can organize arrows properly. If you've got a bunch of different arrow types and they're just sitting loose, so they're like, you know, all segmented. Yeah. I like the idea of a quiver being able to have, like, it has a maximum size limit or maximum, you know, arrow limit, but then you can have as many different arrow types in that thing as you want. And again, that's a new container logic that is its own container class, which makes me very glad that I'm doing this refactor. Bunch of arrows is a bundle, not a stack? Yeah. I guess. But it's just called a stack. Or a group. As a generic term. I mean, we could say that substances are stacks of molecules. We have a stack of 630,000, you know, gunpowder grains. Or water molecules. I bought an arrow and quiver, but well, yeah. Many games stack potions. They're hard to stack IRL, balance on top of each other, but in games they're stacked for UX. Yeah. Which I think makes sense in most games. In this game, it would be like you can have a big flask, and you only drink a fifth of it at a time. Or you can choose how much to drink, you know. You right-click and you say drink all, or drink half, or something. Or just drink good amount. Was it a pond recording frog noises? Hell yeah. Say you want to do simulation, so count everything in mole. True. Makes it easier doing chemistry simulations. That's true. I'd probably do the substances in mil, or in... Yeah, milliliters. Or just in like, you know, liters, but like milliliters, centiliters, liters. What comes after liters? Deciliters? Centiliters? Did I already say centiliters? Milliliters, centiliters, deciliters, then liters, and then how do you go up from liters? Is a gallon... What is a gallon? Kiloliters. But what's 100 liters? I mean, what's 100 meters? It's 100 meters, isn't it? The name for 100 meters. Hectometer. So it would be a hectoliter. There we go. Kiloliters. Gallons of fuel liters are used by the major game. Yeah. Mark M. My Unreal crashed after deleting a file. Now I get permanent crash on 96% loading screen. Damn. We've all been there. The best thing to do... So usually when that happens, it's because the corrupted, you know, actor or component or whatever is in the world, in the startup... like in the world that gets loaded on startup. So one thing you could try doing is going to your is it config? Default editor per project user settings, or one of these just in text will tell you the file path for the startup map. So you could just change that to a different one, or just, I think, default, or just none. We'll just open a blank one. And then you might be able to load it up and open up the offending blueprint and fix it up so it doesn't crash anymore. Alternatively, you could go into... And this is all presuming that you don't have... you know, source control or a recent backup or whatever. You could also go to the auto saves. How do the backups work? Well, the auto saves work. Surely it wouldn't auto save the entire project. Oh, I guess it would save things that you were working on. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe you could just replace it with the autosave version of the file. If worst case scenario is you just go into your project folder, go to content, find the file that you were working on, and just delete it. Which can get a bit can get a bit weird, but worst case, Ontario. Exactly. Nanoliter, microliter, milliliter, centiliter, deciliter, liter, hectoliter, kiloliter, megaliter, gigaliter, teraliter, petaliter, hexaliter, septiliter, octoliter, nonoliter. And then what? Chungaliter. That's right. Alright, so item has a max stack quantity. Item attached socket is not real. That's determined by the stuff. That's not good. Gameplay data. Pickup socket name. Item actor physics asset. Don't need. Probably. Wow, we are really going hard on this. Item object class, item actor class. We keep in the item static data asset. Well, no, we'd probably want this to just be entity object class. And then item object. And then when we spawn it, we spawn item object and pass in the data asset, entity data asset, static data, and then cast that to item static data to then do all our stuff with it. Infiniliter. Damn. Equipable to slots. We do not care anymore. Item components. That will just be entity actor components. So, sorry, mate. Default Pris Fizz Mat. That will be an entity. Move to parent class. Bam. Item simulation base properties. This is also a parent class. And this will be entity base properties. Or default properties. Default entity properties. Yeah. Default Pris Fizz Mat. Default entity grid dimensions. Base entity tags or default. Let's call it default entity tags. We'll just say default. Everything a default. And we put them in the default category. Chef Frog knows to subs Discord free asset. Hell yeah. Item actions. This is an item only thing. I don't think any other things grant actions. So basically, items need instructions on how to use them. So, you know, this is how the sword gets swung. It has a special ability, blah, 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 blah. But what about the action for, you know, lifting up a corpse? Is the hauling body action an inherent part of the humanoid. So the humanoid knows, hey, oh, this is a body. This is how I pick it up. But then what if it's like different? What if it's like an animal body and they hold it differently? And then it's like... This is one weird... weird thing to classify. Not carrying corpses around. That's I mean, that is weird, but let's say like let's say there's a longsword, right? And the longsword has a particular set of actions that have particular animations when it gets used. But then we want a different, you know, like a humanoid, a lizard man. We always go back to the fucking lizard man. A lizard man might use it differently and play different animations. And it's like, where does that configuration live? Do you know what I mean? Does the longsword have a set of actions for humanoids and a different one for lizard people? Yeah, no, that is what... I just answered my own question. So that means a corpse would need an action, you know, for different tags of who is interacting with it. Or the action itself could have the variations. So like if, you know, animal gets picked up by humanoid, do this, blah, blah, blah. If gets picked up by another animal, then it will like pick them up with their mouth and carry them off, you know. But that requires a lot of bullshit. But then we could just say, is carrying a body a generic action? You know, like whole thing over shoulder. So like a sack of flour, or a friend that has passed out, or, you know, an animal that we hunted. Is that just something that a human knows how to do? Is that just an inherent action called whole item? Shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like we have to create a big... like a default and then exceptions. But who owns the exceptions and who owns the default? Yeah, like fireman carry, exactly. But like if we asked a bear to carry that same character, they would, you know, pick them up by their clothes and carry them off, you know? I'm pretty sure that's what bears do. So I think in that case, it would be a case of... we have a holing action. And the action itself can just figure out, you know, oh, if we are using a wheelbarrow, this is the pose that we do. Or if we are carrying a body, this is what we do. Or if we're carrying a medium-sized animal, this is what we do. But then for a bear, if a bear wanted to use a wheelbarrow, it would do it this way. Or if a bear wanted to carry an animal that they hunted, they would do it this way, or... Or if the bear was carrying one of its offspring, it would do it this way, and blah, blah, blah. Go drag like a tire on it. Yeah. Exactly. So that's like an inherent action. Which would be the hauling action. But then it's like, does that action need to be instanced all the time on the character? Maybe? Maybe? Like, we could do, like, the gas thing and grant the action when needed and destroy it when needed. But then have other ones, like, you know, jumping, just always granted and never deleted until the actor's deleted. So we just have to set up a behavior for actions and be like, grant action from a kind of, from a data asset called grantable actions. Or like, grantable default actions. Or like non-instance default actions. I don't know. Or sparse default actions. Are there any gases in the chat? Any gas daddies? Anyone passing gas? Something to get away without using gas? Yeah. I agree. I don't really like gas. Just wondering how it deals with actions that are very, like, uncommon actions, you know? Is your game survival or mixed? It is a simulation. So it's kind of a bit of everything. It's everything and nothing all at the same time. Guys, you use C++? I think it does for some basic setup. Basic setup stuff. I'm not actually going to use it. I just want to know how they deal with sort of sparse actions, you know? I just want a second opinion. I just want opinion. My opinion. So that's the thing we're avoiding. Not too hard, but like, kind of. Bopinion? What's a bopinion? Yo, what did what did Karen the bird say when wait, there's a joke. There's a joke. There's a joke forming. Let it cook. Let it cook. Something. A bird, like a right-wing bird. Oh, it's even like a double, like right-wing, like, you know, political right-wing. But it's a bird. But then the punchline is my opinion. You know what I mean? Like feathers, pinions. There's a joke. Someone put the joke together. Hey, wait, can I ask ChatGPT? ChatGPT, create a joke where the punchline is my opinion based on a with a secondary pun. Secondary pun of wing, right wing. Nice. I might write a book, but it's just punchlines to jokes without the jokes. Like, just the punchlines. I think that would be funny as. Sounds easy, very little setup. It's not a good book for improv. Yeah, true. You could kind of... You could figure out the joke to fit the punchline. Alright, more deletion. Gameplay data. Item object class. Item actor class. So these would just be entity object class. And entity actor class. Because this is for the data asset. Yeah. Let's move you up. Do we ever actually spawn child actors for actors? I don't think we do. Or like if we wanted to spawn... No, that would be a property now anyway. You know, we don't even need that, I don't think. Item action. Oh yeah, right. We're talking about the actions and the thing with the stuff. So I think actions are only, like, unique. Unique thingos. Unique actions are granted by items. I think in most other cases, we grant the actions from a list of possible actions on the entity itself. Because it doesn't really make sense. No, because then what if the weapon has a special move? It should be up to the weapon to then define the... If there's like... You know, if a dog can use a sword, I think those animations should be defined in the longsword light attack action itself. Or we have a longsword dog variant light attack that it will then grant to the dog. Rather than the dog needing to have a reference to every single possible weapon-related action. Because the actions could differ from longsword to longsword based on a bunch of extra shit. This game has jumped the shark. No, I'm just thinking. I use stupid examples on purpose, like absurd examples, just to make sure that it holds up. Like, you know, through rigorous testing, mental testing. you damage from your weapons? I'll answer that in a bit. Still about Rocket Games, because there's an ad about to play, I think. And I'm too late. I'm too late to snooze the ad. So item actions are item. Well, there's a difference between the move set and the additional actions, right? So maybe we do entity actions and then item... No, because items have like an eat. Or maybe we do just fucking... Like, do we have an eat corpse action? Eat body action? Because a body isn't an item. Animation, handedness. Locomotion, locomotion, animal for two-handed, blah, 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 blah. All this stuff does fit on just item. So that can all stay. Combat, melee, trace, radius. Can be two-handed in combat, bone duration. All of that is item related. Appearance, scaly mesh, static mesh. Item material override. Do these... we're going to say from my game, having the weapon call damage function, passing the attacking actor for damage stats. Yeah, so I always, yeah, my damage is dealt from the weapon. Because if you throw a weapon, and that, or a weapon just falls, you know, off a shelf, you know, the item doesn't belong to anyone at that point, but it still needs to deal damage, at least in my game. But then, yeah, when it's getting used, and we do a bunch of traces to, you know, determine if it's hit something and whatnot, we can query, you know, the action of the person that's using it, and then, you know, if it's like a heavy attack, then maybe that action has a multiplier, and then we can also get the owner of that action's stats and be like, oh yeah, this character has 20 strength, the action itself has a, you know, blunt damage multiplier, blah blah blah, and we can just figure out everything from there. But the item is the one actually calling that, if that makes sense. The character and the character's animation tell the item when to start tracing, like when it's active and when it's deactivated. But the weapon handles all of the actual dealing of the damage, and it will pull data from the things that are using it. I find that to be a lot more gooder. Been the last couple of weeks coming to the same conclusion. Yeah. I mean, it really depends on the project as well. Because, like, maybe in your game, you know, everything is just a... kind of like a... I don't know, weapons are basically just like a power-up, but, like, the actual attacking logic is always the same. So it's just like a more arcadey game. It might just be like, character deals damage, you know, in a radius in front of them and plays an animation. And in that case, maybe it's just the character that, you know, does this trace out in front of them and gets the damage from the weapon to then thingo. But then, you know, if you throw the weapon, if you can throw the weapon, I think the weapon should own the, or should handle the damage dealing. But then the character also has to be able to deal damage if they're unarmed. Unless you wanted to do something like a dummy unarmed item, which I don't personally like very much, but I just have a separate action called unarmed. You know, unarmed attack, blah, blah, blah. Can I give them fisticuffs? Hell yeah. Can't fight me, bare knuckle. Yeah, everything in my game... Damage is always or physical damage is always like a two-way street in this game. So like anytime something hits something, it gets hit back by that same thing. And the same applies to punching someone. So if you do punch someone in, if they're wearing armor, you'll probably break your hand. Or even if you just punch someone in the head, you'll probably break your hand. Or if you punch a wall. What's the version where the animations will live? I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. At the moment, they live on the item. Or, like, the actions live on the item. But I'm just thinking I might need to make it so that... Well, we can search through... Okay, no, that kind of makes sense. We can have, like, the longsword item attack moveset, which could contain all of the humanoid ones and also all of the dog ones. But the action tag would be action, offensive, melee, whatever the subtype is. But then also additionally would have a living being race. You know, humanoid, just humanoid, and then another one for dogs, animal dog, which would have dog-only attacks. If we wanted dogs to be able to pick up swords and, you know, and use them. Yeah. You just get the parent attached actor correct. My whole project's very like data driven. So like everything is a data asset. Like data assets, referencing data assets, referencing data assets. But when we equip something, we set a reference to the... Well, now we set it to the entity object that is holding it, or equipping it, or storing it, or whatever. Everything used to be tied to actors. So, like, the item actor would have a reference to the character actor. but it's kind of like eventually I changed items to be item objects, because when you put an item in a backpack, the actor disappears, but the item has to be persistent. And now I've changed actors to be objects instead. Like their core functionality is in the object, and then they're just represented by an actor, so that they can still exist off screen when they're unloaded. So if a character goes off screen far enough and they become virtualized, they still have all their items, you know, and they can still look up through their item. You know, I would deal this much damage if I virtually attacked this person, or I would set this person on fire if I attacked them with, you know, this bottle of fire stuff. And so then when we run over there, because we hear someone screaming and they load in, the person will be on fire, and they'll have the, you know, the damage applied from the virtual state. Item and MVP. What was that for? Ah, right, if it needs an NMBP. Makes sense. I don't like this scaly mesh static mesh thing. I wanted to... There's a C++ function to reparent or to set root component on an actor. What is that called? Pardon me. Can properties, animation, handedness, like ONM. Technically, I don't need that. The attack moveset is literally just a collection of actions. That's cool and all, but what's a pie cost? About $2.50? Let's go up here. This is just entity object class and entity actor class. Alright, let's see how much stuff is broken. You ready? Not that many. Picos item grid container object. Why are you angry? Get item grid dimension. From the unauthentic. Get grid. Get default entity grid dimensions. Wait, you've already done that. You just got renamed. Okay, well that's fine. Expand dong. What? Item object. Okay, you are not happy because... Because this is now an entity of... Oh, now we're getting spicy. We are harvesting spice. Any spice in the chat? Item thumbnail generator is pooped. Item interaction component, that makes sense. Item weight is looking for get all contained entities list, which is from item object. Yeah, we've fucked everything up. That's good. That's good. So again, that's entities. And then entities have a thingo. A piss. Entity sim property manager. I might call it a... I do like having the... Oh, does this have quick access? No, we didn't do quick access. We'll just do property by tag, sim property, weight, and then just yeah, true. We had an external, internal weight. Why do we care about that? Can't remember. Anyway, we could just do this and leave it for now. Actually, I'll keep that there for reference. Etc. Yo, balls. Also, SS Nice Shadow, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so these actually do have simulation property managers anyway, so you can just do this and then that. And then property manager, bam. And then just do the same here. Into there. bam, bam, bam. Junior Disco's been quite nice. Watched a really old video. I was trying to figure out one of my issues. What's your issue? I might be able to give you a hand. Unequipped, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. And that was doing, yeah, okay, I remember. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm here to help. You know, if you need a hand. Watching your win video with the banners. Yeah, I remember that one. That was fun. That was a fun one. Okay, please distract me from this hell. Right on the money. We don't do item thingos. We just do... Wait, do I have a default components list? Piss, no, PLSS. So wait, does an entity... I feel like an entity should have, like, interaction actions. You know, like a corn has a pick corn action, and a character has a drag character around action. An entity makes me think it's some kind of alien. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Been stuck on this problem for a week, trying to get some sales to work for a ship while the object is still... Oh, sitting still. It's amazing work perfectly. The moment I move, the ship it wiggles so much. Ah, okay. Try using local space instead of world space. So wherever you're using world space in the thinger, just plug in local space or transform world space to local space. And that should fix the... Because at the moment it would be doing based on the world position. You know, so if you move through world position, it's moving through the animation, if that makes sense. Or like it's moving through the wind. So if you make it use local space, which means that it kind of moves along with the object, then you'll get the same... It'll look the same even when the thing is moving, if that makes sense. Oh, good. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Yeah, you'd be able to just do world position. So if you're doing something like world position and you were getting, you know, the wind direction and you're doing some sine waves or something, instead of world position, just do transform position from world space to local space. And that will just... That should fix everything. What is this? What was this material about? Oh, the person that was doing a lights show. Good times. Where do the actions go? I guess most of the time they do go on the thing itself. Like sharpening a sword action is an action of the sword. Character doesn't need to know about sharpening a sword when they don't even have a sword. So I guess we would say entity static data default entity interaction actions? Maybe? And they would be Payos classes. And by interaction, I mean like physical interaction. Not like talking interaction. Phys interaction actions. Does that mean items... No, I guess we just always have an item interaction action on our character. Because we'd be using it so often, like moving items from backpack to hand and hand to quiver and taking the quiver off and equipping the helmet and that kind of shit. Unless each one had their own thing. That sounds like a waste, though. Fuck, it's so hard to know what belongs on the items, what belongs on the... Like, what is inherent to an item, what's inherent to a character. That's another thing to add here. These are the only things that can perform actions. What an upgrade from Paint. No, I always use Miro. For like any kind of flow charting, I just do this kind of shit while I use Brain. Well, I'm literally like remaking this entire game. No joke. And I've given myself a month to do it. Jesus. I remade my entire game in 1 month. You won't believe what happens next. God, doing all this thinking just drains my brain juice. Running out of brain juice. I need to do all my, I need to do more passive thinking. Like just laying down, thinking, so then when I get to the computer, I've like already figured everything out like a fucking, like Neo from the Matrix. So root component actors, who else you call bool? A actor set root component. Why is there a bool? So Legend work still wiggles hard. Are you sure you set all of the world position nodes? And did you use transform position, not transform vector? Oh, return to successful. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Call bool add the set root component class scene, new component, new root component. Okay. Because, yeah, the current implementation is that all items have a static and a scaly mesh component on the actor, and then just only one of them gets used. But I kind of hate that. Because then if they get simulated, then, you know, the location doesn't get updated, the actor location. If it's the one that wasn't set as the thing. So I think what I'd prefer to do is define just a mesh component on the data asset and then create that on spawn, on actor spawn, and then set it as the root component. So yeah, I'll probably use that. I'll just expose it. I should be able to just add it pretty easily to my library. Both scaling and static meshing inherit from mesh. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think you can just... I don't think there's a mesh component. Well, I don't think you can add it. Hold on, let me just get an actor real quick. Actor. Custom mesh? No. Yeah, you can't just get a mesh component. Like you can have a variable called mesh component, and then I could set a scaly mesh, you know, set reference, set mesh component, variable. Where the fuck did it go? Like I could set this as that. Or we could get a static mesh. And be like, oh, we could do this one as well. You know? But... yeah. Well, actually, in a data asset... in a data asset... if I just have variable mesh component, or just mesh, not mesh component, just make a new one called just mesh. Or like, what's... because like mesh component, but yeah, so base for any component, there's an instance of renderable collection of triangles. Yeah. But like, what's a what does static mesh derive from? Or scaly mesh derive from? Not the component, just the mesh. How can I say... do you know what I mean? Or does it not exist? Streamable... oh. Okay, well, you can't do it in Blueprint. But you get what I mean, stuff like if I wanted a data asset where I could just set the mesh as a scaly or a static mesh. So like some weapons are scaly, some are thingos. And then I could just, I don't know, do a lazy cast and be like, oh, is it a scaly mesh or is it a static mesh? Depending on which one, construct or add a static or scaly mesh component to the item actor on spawn. And set that as the root component. Variable have defaults for either would be relevant. Okay, yeah, so you can't do it. I could do it with a... with data asset. So we could have a data asset, but then I've got to... nah, I don't like that. I think just giving it two meshes, two mesh variables is fine on the static data. Prismatica sales to the Nether. Oh, true. I know when you said this. If you want to... just thinking if you could send it my way, and I could have a look at it. Just a U object would have been nice. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, yeah, it would be annoying. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'll just give them a. Maybe declare it is right. Yeah, true. That's true. But that would require opening up Visual Studio, which is lame. Lame. I think I'll just have the two variables on the dude. It's just in the data asset, and I can just do a get mesh function from the data asset, and it will just return it as mesh component. Or return the component class to spawn, and then the mesh component to set as mesh. Free rider. Interesting. I thought it wasn't free anymore. I thought they already like proper released or whatnot. Or is it just for the experimental versions? Free to use the early buggy. Okay, yeah. Guacha. Move to parent. Does an entity always have a mesh? Yes, otherwise it wouldn't. Well, does it always possibly have a mesh? Possibly. Let's move use parent class. Usually I'm bugging unless you dive into all the new stuff. Yeah. Just like Unreal Engine. Just kidding, even all the old stuff is still buggy. Been in Unity for 9 years, switching to Unreal has been quite interesting. Some is easier, some is way a lot harder to figure out. Yeah, I can imagine. I think like moving from something that is similar, similar but different, can almost be more difficult than something that's just new. Because you have like preconceived, you know, like habits and notions and all that kind of stuff. Add a new variable to a struct. That's a paddling. That's a paddling. Is AnimBP inherent property of an entity? Not really, but it would exist on items and also living beings. Or could exist on items and could exist on living beings. At which point it's like, do I use a data asset to declare, you know, set up this mesh? Data asset takes in the mesh, does the fucking anim BP, does the posing and the whatever, physically simulates it, adds extra components and shit. Don't know. Like, just because an MBP needs to exist on this and on this doesn't necessarily mean it should exist on this. But it could exist on this and just be null for anything that doesn't need it. So as you could you don't need to use data assets to hold single instances of default variable values. And is this on the class itself? Yeah, but like you can do that in Blueprint, but they would get, yeah, you can choose if it's read only. Or Blueprint read only. But I'm just thinking in terms of like modularity and stuff. So I'm pretty sure a read-only variable would not be instanced. I just like data assets because you can essentially like do giant clusters of variables as single variables. Almost like structs, but like less fucked up. And you can also use getters inside of... Oh, you can create getters inside of data assets. Or you can just create functions in data. Data assets can just do shit. They're kind of goated. Right, never instance classes do the same thing. Yeah. What are they called? Data assets? That assets you don't have to fucking load. True. Figured it out? Ooh. What was it? Let me guess, it was a default input to a material function that was, or a material function that was using world space. And it hadn't been overridden to local space. That would be my guess. Now that I think about it. There's a swing speed and swing angle add. I don't know. What's your loading strategy with all your default holder data assets? The engine handles it. Engine does. The engine just does it. Or just soft object references. Do the data assets themselves need to be soft referenced? Or just the things within the data asset? Also, let's say there's like a bunch of meshes, a bunch of different meshes in a data asset. Let's say I've got a data asset with 1 million meshes in it, but I only want to get one of them from the data asset. So they're all soft-referenced. Forget what I was even thinking about. Fuck. No. So soft referencing something. If I load it, will it get unloaded automatically when I no longer need it? Let's say I have a data asset and I need to pull, I don't know, an explosion mesh from it. And then, you know, I load the, you know, let's just say I sync load the explosion mesh and do the thing with it and then delete it. So there's now no more explosion meshes in the entire scene. Does that loaded object eventually just get yeeted from garbage collection? And it's unloading window. Okay, we're not using it anymore. Gotcha. That's awesome. That's very pog. So if I wanted to get a mesh from a if I wanted to get a mesh from a data asset, it would be best if it was soft referenced. Especially if I'm dealing with virtual thingos, right? So like, let's say a creature has a like all of its default values are in the data asset, but that data asset also contains the meshes that would get used when it becomes an actor. I should hard reference the data asset. Probably. Well, because hard reference the data asset, but the meshes inside it should be soft referenced. Because we don't need the meshes just because the data asset's loaded. We only need the meshes when we just soft load the data asset and soft ref the meshes. Okay. What's the benefit of soft loading the data asset? Oh wait, soft load or soft reference? Is that, or do you just mean that interchangeably? So for instance, a data asset is just a data asset ID. F primary ID, gotcha. But a hard or irregular reference to a data asset is a pointer to where the loaded data asset is in memory, probably. Yeah. But it's kind of like if I have a data asset for an item, and that item object exists, then I always need that data asset. Right? I mean, like, the data asset's inside the data asset. I'd probably want a soft ref. There's a path and object pointer wrapped together. Yeah. So it'll be a path so that it can then load the object pointer, or load the object and give you the pointer. If the pointer is null, then it will load. I don't know. What primary set is for the child data asset? I mean, like, if I have a data asset that has a variable in it that is referencing another data asset, and that data asset has a data asset in it, and so on, so on. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because if they were... If the ones inside... I mean, it's kind of the same as the meshes. It's just within another data asset. Let's say I had a data asset called every single mesh in the game data asset. So I just point out everything and loading only occurs once, no matter how many times you call it. Kind of acts like a hard reference after it's been loaded. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. May as well. I imagine you can have a soft pointer to a data asset class, though. But what does that mean for a data asset? Like, is there any point to that? Well, I guess data assets do have a class. I don't know. I think we're getting too deep now. I think we're in too deep. Data assets object pointer. Okay, yeah. So the thing is you need to have async loading code everywhere, just in case it's not loaded yet. You can just sync load something, but, you know, you'll get hitches. But I feel like if you sync load small things, or like if you know something is like an individual thing, it's kind of like, it's, you know, it's kind of chill. Cause massive. Well, that's only if you're already async loading a bunch of other stuff. If you've got a bunch of async stuff queued up that's being loaded, and then you async, and then you sync load a tiny little thing, it will have to something async flush or some shit. How would you know if you have other stuff queued up? Well, you wouldn't. So yeah, so just never async load anything. Or just never load anything, full stop. Loading is kind of cringe. Just load the entire game in memory. That's what they did in Pong. Apparently there's a way to sync load without the async flush. Ah, hell yeah. Yeah, I thought there must be some way to do that, because it kind of would defeat the purpose of async loading. About the Pong, that one was a really hot take. Oh my god, I am blown away. Yep. Based take. Based take, just load the entire game in memory. Soft references. I'll show you a soft reference. Base length. No. Combat. Melee trace radius. Gonna be doing in combat. So these are all item related. Animation is also... I think this should go in a data asset. No, because we'd want to like mix and match something. Probably. Handedness is... No, we keep that. No need to yell. True. Yeah, all caps, all caps. Yo, no cap. Container properties, PyCos container types. This is a... Why was this not on entity? That was like the whole point of this refactor, and I only just... PyCos, PyCos. PyCos container types, object reference to... Data assets. I'm just thinking. I think, therefore I am. No, I'm thinking about, is equipment one Picos, or is it multiple Picos? Picos. Picos. So dumb. But no, for real, do we give like a character an equipment Picos, which the equipment defines all the slots and blah 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 blah. And those slots have allowed item lists. So it would be a struct of slot tag to, well, yeah, a struct that has the slot name, whitelist, blacklist. Maybe just a string name as well. And just deal with it that way, so that we can just be like, oh yeah, let's, you know, check this character's equipment Picos to see what they're wearing, rather than what they've got stored in their butthole, which would be in their butthole Picos. If they had one. You have a single gameplay tag. Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, actually, no. It would be an array of containers. Because we don't just want to allow anything with humanoid. But if it's like humanoid, subtag, lizard man, and helmet. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we'd want it to be a container. Or an array of containers. For the blacklist and the whitelists. Slot is called humanoid helmet, then only an item with humanoid helmet in its allow list. Then only an item with humanoid helmet in its allow list. Only an item with humanoid helmet in its allow list. No, it's the slot will determine what can be stored in it. The container knows what goes in it. Not the item knows what container it goes in. Because I don't want to have to be like, oh yeah, arrow can go in quiver and thing and blah blah blah. We just want a whitelist and a blacklist on the containers. Can go in any universal slot or equivalent. Yeah, but it can also go in a backpack. It can also go in a backpack. But we can't put water in a backpack. Backpack is universal. Yeah, but it's not. I think the container should know what either can only go in it or what isn't allowed in it. Same with the slot. Like, an equipment slot is just a container. So we just say, hey, this is a helmet, you know, helmet slot. We can put a helmet on our head. But, you know, we can have anything that is labeled helmet except for lizard person helmets. But we can wear dog person helmets and cat person helmets, and we don't have to specify that. We just have a, you know, this helmet doesn't fit on you in particular. So yeah, I think doing a blacklist and whitelist, or an allow list and a disallow list, is more flexible. So the visor helmet has human head and lizard head in its allow list, aka categories. Can they search by cost for all lizard head items? Yeah, but you could also say that the helmet has the tag, you know, open visor helmet. And then you could just search stuff or search slots that allow that thing. So like lizard head could allow like humanoid open visored helmets and also lizard helmets as well. So you could put a humanoid helmet on a lizard person if it had an open visor. And it would just need to have those descriptors on the item, but the slot would be the one, you know, doing the thing. They have two systems instead of one? No. Well, it's just, I think having an allow and a disallow list. I mean, you can only use one at a time, so maybe it would be just a list and a boolean. No. It would be... No, you'd use both. Because you can allow helmet, but then disallow this type of helmet, subtype of helmet. Why aren't lizards allowed helmets? No, they are acquired helmets. Shit, Joe. Their nose won't fit. It's actually called a snout. It's kind of racist. But yeah, anyway, so my question that I'm going to be pondering is the equipment Picos a multi-slotted container, or do we have 10 different Picosi? Like, do we just have a generic equipment PyCos? Which is just an array of, you know, the data, as though it was multiple individual ones. Multi-slots by first. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Kind of just makes it easier to search. Then it's kind of like if we let's say let's go to the backpack example. Backpack has buckets are less than multiple items inside it, so why not? Yeah, that's right. I guess because equipment has a very uniform functionality. There's 2 buckets, one for outside slots and one for internal ones. But what if one of the external ones is, you know, completely unique, like it, I don't know, has some extra rules and stuff? Or like it has an external pouch that can hold volumetric substances. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of functionality, it's all very easy. I'm just thinking in terms of how the UI gets represented. Let's say we have, like... I'm just thinking of the middle grid is kind of easy. Unless we have multiple grids. Like, oh, this backpack is made up of 2 separate 2x4 grids. For some reason. Maybe one of them's heated, one of them's cooled or some shit. I don't fucking know. But... I guess that just has to be determined by the UI constructor. In this case, you have multiple parts. Yeah. But then it's kind of like, okay, well, let's say there's this multi-gridded backpack that has a hot spot and a neutral spot and a cold slot, you know, grids. They're all on the inside, that's fine. Then it's got one external battery pack slot. But then it's got 2 slots that can hold swords. Or bows, or whatever. And they're, like, identical, but there's 2 of them. It's like, do we have... Are those 2 part of the same PyCos, you know? Or do we just say, you know what, fuck it, give it one... You know, and give it another one of that same object type. Backpack is a PyCos itself. No, it's not. The backpack is an entity. An entity that has multiple PyCos. A backpack without PyCos is just a weapon. Something you can throw at someone. Like I can do it either way, you know? I can do one container object per slot, or I could do one container object with multiple slots, you know? Surely backpack is an item? Yeah, but an item is an entity. Or an item is an entity. Entity is anything that has state or functionality. in the world. And all entities have the potential to Picos. The deepest child code? What do you mean? Otherwise, we can just call everything U objects. Well, yeah, item. Backpack is an item. Doesn't say entity if it's also an item. Well, it depends on the functionality we're talking about, because all entities can be stored, but not all entities can be wielded as a weapon. That's something that an item defines. So it depends on the class context, you know what I'm saying? Like a backpack is an entity when it's doing entity-related things. Or it could be referenced as an entity. You know what I'm saying? Cooking. Everyone knows a Picos can have properties. No, that's wrong. That's actually wrong. Sorry to say. Picos doesn't have properties. The entity that holds the Picos can have properties, but not the Picos itself. No, the Picos is... I mean, you could say the Picos is a property of an entity, but it's not actually a property in the simulation property sense. But it is an entity can hold an array of Picos. It's a component, not component. Yeah, exactly. Which you need a word for. It's the word is sub-object. It's a sub-object. Or a linked object. Technically not a sub-object in the official... I think you can actually, like, sub-object link things in C++, but kind of sounds dumb. Although I guess in the replication sense, that might be useful. Because at the moment, I would have to set the rep actor as the highest parent entity's rep actor, which is also fine. That's not too hard, because I can literally just get parentmost entity and then get its owning actor, if it has one. Or get its rep actor. Yeah. Sub-object sounds like an instance of a subclass to my general programmer brain. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the way I think of it is just an object that is owned by another object. But in some cases, they could be shared between multiple. So I guess it's more like a linked object. Or just a referenced object. So an entity can reference multiple Picos linked objects. And then those Picos have references to entities that are stored inside them, which is usually items, sometimes substances, and very rarely other entities. Like, I have a gnome, and I put the gnome in my backpack. My backpack's full of nails, and now I'm jumping around and dodge rolling, and the gnome gets turned into a hedgehog. Not the gnome. Andrew, will the backpack be crushed if you roll and fall down a slope? Depends on the type of backpack. If it's like a wooden framed backpack, then the backpack itself could be destroyed. But if it's just a canvas backpack or a burlap backpack, then the things inside it will take damage. If you start, you know, falling over and dodge rolling and jumping around and whatnot. So if you've got volatile explosives, don't put them in a flimsy glass container, basically. Which again, I feel like that'll be just a funny moment to watch someone be like, oh, I found all this nitroglycerin, you know, I found like a pool of nitro and I'm just gonna scoop it up into this glass bottle and I'll just fill my backpack up with it and I'm gonna go take it to the next or sell it to some bandits or something. And then, you know, and so then they're just like going along and they like fucking just do a dodge roll for no reason. And as soon as they go like this, they just they get like grenade boosted. How's it being represented visually? That's a good question. I'd like to do it without needing to recapture a thumbnail. I also think it would be cool to do animated item thumbnails when they're in a thing. So basically, if it's a clear container and it's full of liquid, then the thumbnail would just have to be a material. Or like, we'd take a screenshot of the initial container and then fill it in material land with the substance that's inside it. And then we could, like, as we move around, we could send, you know, a velocity into the material, and it could actually, like, you know, jiggle and stuff. I think that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, you won't actually be able to see stuff that's in containers that aren't clear. So you could just have and you also won't know unless you manually label them. So if someone hands you, you know, a water skin, there's no way to know other than inspecting it first by either like sniffing it or pouring some out or whatever. There's no way to know that it isn't full of like urine. Because the name of the item would be water skin. It wouldn't be water skin full of urine, because that would kind of ruin the surprise. But obviously, if it was a clear container, you'd be able to see that, this looks like piss. But maybe it's beer. It's kind of the same thing. So maybe you'd be inclined to, like, inspect it first. That's just the idea, anyway. There's always a fuel bottle with gasoline and give it to me. Yeah. Yeah, I actually remember people doing that. Good times. Yellow potion, exactly. Smell system refactor when? You mean factor? Smell system factor? Further down the line. Smell and scent only really becomes relevant with like AI stuff. For the, you know, detection. So creatures can detect from smell. So onto your substance. I feel like you're having a stroke. Niagara fumes, true. Wouldn't let the player know their backpack now smells like gasoline. Yeah, well, it'd be a whole thing. It would hook into AI perception, but then it would also factor into the, what's it called? Like, identification system or whatever. Inspection system. So, you know, you could sniff something and be like, that smells like it's fucking not edible right now. Or you could, like, smell a mushroom or some shit and be like, smells poisonous. But you'd give it, like, even if the character is skilled enough or familiar enough with the thing, you'd give it, like, a small, like, false positive or false negative rate, you know? Just to shake things up a little bit. I was pissed if the NPC threw a bucket of water on me. The game didn't tell me it was actually piss. Without me having to click smell. Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of like automatic context, you know, like with barks and stuff. Like you won't have to right click smell like literally everything. If something is offensive enough to the player character, they'll say something about it. Yeah, Gucci. Yeah, Gucci Picos. So how many Picosi does a backpack? It depends on the backpack. That's the whole point. Different backpacks, different number of Picosi. And then those different Picosi will hook into different pispis of the backpack if they need to. Or does each Picos need its own simulation property managers? Or do they simply create a property that they then add to their owning entity? That probably is the easiest. Said properties earlier, you must be pissed. No, properties is correct. Properties is a correct term. Part of the acronym, PISPIS. You know, PISPIS is Prismatica Simulation Property System. Yeah, it's the, yeah. But I just call them a PISPIS. Same as I call the Prismatica Inherent Container Object System a Picos. Is there a PISPIS manager? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, every entity has its own PISPIS manager. Which is just the way of being able to get the things, and it deals with linking and all that kind of stuff. Which also, like, you know, I could just have I could just have the properties just raw, just an array of the properties on the entity, and then the entity deals with registering and deregistering and linking the properties. And that wouldn't be any different because, yeah, it's the same as the Picosi. Exactly. Because I decided not to have a Picos manager that each thing needs, because it's like, well, we could just put the container functionality on the entity class, entity object class. Because all the manager really does is just deals with, like, it's basically just a function container that iterates over, well, yeah, it's basically just an object that has, So we're not going to have the PSP. No, we still have the piss. We just don't have the piss manager. Or we just don't need the piss manager. But it's also like, it's a bit cleaner to have the manager. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Well, no, the entity would become the piss manager. Or would assume the role of piss manager. But the Prismatica simulation property system. Why does Picos system not have an acronym but single instance does? No, the Picos system... I can't tell if you're trolling. I'm not. So a single Picos is actually just called a container. But I call them a Picos. And for the properties, I've started to call properties piss. Just because it's kind of... You know what I mean? It's just funnier than property. Yo, find piss with tag. We use the same naming system, Prismatica naming integration system. Both Picos and Pspis, yes. Surely you cats are going crazy with the Pspis naming convention? Yeah. Well, they're all outside at the moment, but... As long as I don't call anything... or I don't call anything... They'd fucking hate that. They would detest that. Saying Picos can be the system or a single link. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Precisals. Precisals. Yeah, so what was I pondering just before? I was pondering, do we need a property Prismatica simulation property system manager? Because that could just be a function of entity itself. Although, what if I wanted to put... Would I ever want to put properties on something that isn't an entity? There isn't really a point in doing that. Because it's like, if something has those properties, it's probably an entity. You know what I mean? I feel like one of the defining characteristics of an entity is that it has properties. The ground. So the ground is kind of a weird one. Where... Like an example for the ground, right? Is the fire substance. So fire is a substance, and your shirt can contain, like, it can absorb fire substance, aka be on fire. But then the ground can also be on fire, like if it's grassy or whatever. But the ground itself cannot contain fire or water or blood or whatever. There would be a substance actor which exists on the ground rather than being contained by the ground. Does that make sense? Like, your shirt can be wet with water, but when the water gets poured on the ground, then it is water on the ground. Does that make sense? It's a kind of weird distinction, but it's necessary so that it's basically so we don't have to do, like, fucking what Divinity does with the ground, you know, tiles. Where, like, you classify every meter by meter square as a grid space, and that grid space can have, you know, the blood thing or the thingo and the thingo. Text attributes maybe attribute like health as text with attribute like health. Yeah, that's basically how ours works. Although our attributes, which are called properties, are more autonomous. We'll just be one big entity with a big ass pike. Dig a Picos into the ground. Picos population booms. It's alright. It's alright. See, I think my next move is either making properties inherent to entities without the need for the manager, or using a Picos manager. Don't like the idea of Picos manager. So the thing I was thinking about is that all of the check all containers for space, does that really apply to something like a squad or an army? Like, I mean, obviously we don't have to use those functions, and the army PyCos would just be like, yeah, we can add someone, we can add someone. If we exceed 100 troops, then split it into 2 different squads or whatever. But it just feels weird to... I don't know. You know what I mean? Does she use a PyCos for an army? Well, an army is an entity. Entity can be an abstract concept or an abstract grouping. Then can you just be a squad manager? Yeah, but a squad is a PyCos. Or is it a squad is an entity that has a PyCos? You know, you see what I'm getting at? Because then we can just piggyback off of the PyCos and be like, in this entire army, search for item, you know, gold bar. And it can search through the entire army, find the gold bar, and then we can do whatever with it. Because the army entity contains squad entities and maybe some loose character entities. If the gold bar the soldier just dropped that, well, that's not what we're doing. Need to shake it. Well, we wouldn't need to shapecast. We just need to do a hash grid query and be like, for all item entities, or for all entities in this quadrant, you know, return gold bars in radius. But if we actually store characters in an army, in the army entity, then you know, we can just have the army move as one unit. And have the quadrant search also search all the entities in that quadrant. Yeah. Well, no, actually, a virtual quadrant search would just return the army. Because all of the characters would take up the same, like, location if they were in an army. Well, because they're all pathing as one unit. If we've got an army of 10,000 troops, we don't want 1,000 troops running pathfinding. We just want the army to run the pathfinding and do the moving, and everything else just is along for the ride. So if we wanted to get one of the soldiers' locations, so when we run get location, we run the get parentmost entity recursive function. So if we had like a reference to, I don't know, a person or something, and we wanted to know, oh, where's this person at? But they were part of an army, we would get the army's location through the recursive get parentmost entity function. And then return the army's location as their location. Plus an offset. Well, offset's too boring. How else could 2 soldiers in the army fight? Well, it's all virtualized. there is no positioning. They just roll against each other, and then when they load in, we figure out the positioning. And they load in, like, you know, off screen. Soda Shade's a nearby rabbit. Maybe he leaves the army. Yeah, potentially. Yep. Or the army could... you know, command a one of the soldiers to do this thing. Could do it so that if their location is... it would be a separate soldier. And then if there was a battle event going on, he would rejoin the army during the battle. Although, I mean, all the individuals will still be doing their own stuff. It's really just their position and pathing that is determined by the... by the army. I get soldier beer, I get rid of that. Well, okay, maybe they have an offset, but it doesn't really accomplish much to give them an offset. Or you could just return a random point in radius or something. But it's like well, assholes in positioning to another entity sounds a bit messy, but we'll get to it. Well, it's kind of like, you know, if you've got... Remember, this is all headless. If you've got a... you know, a tavern, right? And you've got 50 different characters in the tavern. Do you really care about where in the tavern they are? On that scale? Or do you just say, they're in the tavern, they can talk to other people in the tavern? And then when we actually load the tavern in, and all the people in the tavern, we then figure out where everyone can go. And then by the time we actually reach the tavern, they will have run their actual AI, you know, stuff, and it'll be more natural than the starting positions. It was a hybrid. How's it? What do you mean it's hybrid? What do you mean? Huh? Eh? Mine purely we determine when we load the tavern for the whole virtual world. Yeah, I think I get you. So the things aren't really happening off screen. They just seem like they were when you load the tavern. I mean, in my idea, it still is happening. It's just... It's all entity, you know, people are in the tavern, Picos. Well, no, that still could happen. You could have, like, rooms as an entity if you wanted. So there's, like, there's the tavern entity, and then it has room entities for, you know, the secret back room where they play poker. Or where they play Ponker. Do you really care if the entity is in a room? Yes. Because there could be exclusive rooms. Because you wouldn't want a... You wouldn't want, like, a, you know, a lawman to be... Or, like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, if there's a gang hiding in the tavern, that's their hangout spot. Yeah, locked doors, exactly, yeah. Yeah, locked doors and ownership and permissions and stuff. Can't read my punker face? Hell yeah. Can't read my, no you can't read my punker face. That's good. I like that. Alright, I reckon we are going to wrap up the stream. Because I'm all brained out. I need to stew a little bit longer. Yeah, I need to stew on these ones. We did a little bit of cleaning up. Did we do much else? Oh, we did that design, which is very important. Yeah. But anyway, I will be back later tonight. I'm going to actually tidy up more of this during the day. I always say I'm going to do stuff during the day, but, you know, I never get around to it. But yeah, we're going to raid Crimson. Is he still live? There he is, yeah. Alright. Mustafa, all good. Tomorrow's a long day and I'm fasting. Bye. All good. I'm gonna eat something as well, so. Yeah, everyone have a great day. Or night. Or afternoon. Pretty productive stream. Pretty productive. But yeah, I'm gonna think. I'm gonna do thinking. So with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And also YouTubers. Goodbye.